trying to process the crime scenes by processing for latent prints or collecting evidence of various sorts. Doing what's necessary at that crime scene.
And did you receive any specialized training that allowed you to perform these responsibilities?
Yes, I received some of my training from the Georgia State Training Center and Forsyth, and then I also attended the International Association of Identification classes, which was the mother group, and they were the ones that set the standards for crime scene.
And did you ever teach yourself any crime scene processing techniques?
Yes, I would see stuff or hear, or we would practice back in our lab. We would practice various things. If we had heard of it, we'd go back and try it ourselves and do things like that. I mean, we would clean our labs up, make sure they were clean, but we would also practice what we had been trained to do.
Now, back in 1990, how many crime scene investigators were assigned to the unit, if you recall?
I think to begin with there was 14 of us, but I'm not sure about that amount. But I think there was 14 of us.
And would all 14 of you go out to a scene?
Not at one time. We would divide the area into territories. There was north, east, west, and south.
And typically, how many crime scene unit investigators would respond to an individual scene?
To burglaries, mostly one. Sometimes if the burglary scene consisted of a large area, then you might call for assistance from another area, from another crime scene investigator. But most of the time there was one. Homicides, officer shootings, sexual assaults could consist of one or more crime scene investigators.
And when you responded to a homicide investigation, would you look for fingerprints at that scene?
Yes.
Would you look for evidence of hairs and fibers?
We would examine the crime scene area for any types of evidence that was necessary to go with the case that we were working. Sexual assaults would be hair, fiber, and seminal fluid, and fingerprints, and anything else pertaining to that. Homicides would be fingerprints, blood. Sometimes we did have seminal fluids at some of the homicides. And then fingerprints or hairs, fibers, anything that was necessary.
And would you document the scene as you found it?
Yes. We would videotape, we would photograph, and collect, and list on property sheets.
Now, would the unit go out to every type of call, the crime scene unit?
Not necessarily, no.
Would the unit go out to every homicide?
Most every homicide.
When you would arrive to a homicide scene, would the scene be secured already?
Yes.
And who is responsible for securing the scene?
Uniform.
Is that the patrol officer?
That's the patrol officer. The patrol officers would secure the scene, and if they had been released by a detective who was assigned that scene, then the detective would still be there at that crime scene securing it.
And how would they secure the scene?
If this, they would take the yellow crime scene tape and rope it off, and they would have one or more officers standing around the location to secure it, to keep others from running through it
Now,
or stealing stuff.
now, for those of you that were actually investigating the scene, would you be wearing gloves as you handled potential evidence?
Oh yes.
And why would you do that?
Because I don't want my fingerprints left on somebody else's or cover up somebody else's prints.
And when you arrive to a scene, what's the first thing you do?
I would make contact with the officer or detective that was assigned to the scene and let them tell me what was going on so that I would have enough knowledge to know where to start. And then they would walk me through the crime scenes.
And then after your walkthrough of the scene, would you then document with video and photographs?
Yes.
Now, if a person died on the scene, would their body be removed before you document the scene?
Sometimes it is, sometimes, most of the time not.
And if the body is still on scene, do you document its removal or any movement by the medical examiner?
Yes. I photograph as the medical examiner examines the bodies or body, I would photograph different angles and whatever they needed at that time. They would tell me what they needed photographed.
And how would you process the scene for fingerprints?
You can use fingerprint powders of various kinds. There's fingerprint powders that are just, we call regular fingerprint powders, black, gray, and then there are fingerprint powders that glow, that illuminate with lighting. Luminant lighting.
And if you were able to observe a fingerprint after using this powder, how would you collect it?
If I had to do a fingerprint and use the powders, I use a fingerprint tape of various, we had various sizes that we can use. If it was a palm print, then we use the wide tape. If it's a fingerprint, we use a small one. And we would lift it and put it on a 3x5 card or a bigger card if necessary for palm prints or footwear impressions.
Now, are some surfaces better than other surfaces for obtaining a fingerprint?
Yes.
And why is that?
Some are not as porous as the others. If the less porosity that you have, the fingerprint is liable to stay there better. Like the top of this table, the fingerprints would remain on it because it's a smooth, sealed surface. If it's, I don't see one in here, but we can even process the leather chairs. There's a grain in there, and that grain can sometimes hinder, so it depends on how you process them and the product that you're having to process as to what method you would use.
And have you ever gotten a fingerprint off fabrics or non-leather type materials, cottons, things like that?
No.
Have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of human flesh?
Yes.
How often does that happen?
That's a rare thing.
What sorts of areas or items would you focus on in trying to obtain fingerprints?
It would depend on what transpired or how the incident took place as to where you would go to process. If it's a bank, then you're going to use the countertops where they went to, the doors where they open and shut. Same thing in an apartment. You would do the doors, you would process the doors. Anything involving a person or where the location was at that was close or involved in the situation, you try to process it.
And are you going to be focusing on the surfaces that are better for obtaining fingerprints?
Yes, we try to process the ones that are best obtainable off of.
Now, you also indicated that you collect bodily fluids or attempt to collect bodily fluids as part of a crime scene investigation.
if they're on bed sheets, you would, if I remember right, we take the, gauze, sterile gauze, and we collect a sample that way. Or we can lay the gauze down on top of that and collect the sheets so that it does not cross over to another part of the bed sheet or quilt or whatever it's on. But we can collect it from by Q-tips, or, and all of these items are sterile. The Q-tips or the gauze.
And then would you yourself analyze what you collected to determine if bodily fluids were present?
Yes.
And what would you do?
I would use ultraviolet lighting in order to find the object and go over that area with an ultraviolet light, and just looking for blood smear stains, seminal fluid smear stains, anything that lighting would bring up.
And items that you believed might be containing bodily fluids that you collect, would you then send the gauze or the swabs somewhere to be processed?
Yes.
Where would
they
you
would go to the state crime lab, and they would be transported there, and they would be turned over to the crime lab intake, where they would be processed for whatever was necessary at that time: hairs, fibers, blood, semen.
Now, what about fingerprints? If you were able to obtain lifts from a scene, would you have to send those off to the state crime lab?
No, not necessarily.
What would you do with those?
We would take the latent cards that we had obtained from the crime scene, put them in an envelope, and turn them over to the latent section. And they're the ones that would take those latent prints and examine each one of them, because they've been trained in reading of the latent prints. And they would be the one that does the examinations and comparisons.
So did DeKalb County Police Department have its own specialized latent print section?
Yes, we did.
Now, I want to take your attention back to July the 15th of 1990. Did you respond to 1701 and 1702, 2701 and 2702 Tree Hill Parkway on a murder and rape assault call?
I do not recall myself, but according to the reports that I have been able to read, yes, I did.
And did you respond there in your capacity as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, I did.
Is that location in DeKalb County?
Yes.
And when you responded to that location, did you document the scene?
Yes.
Did you process the scene for latent prints?
Yes, it was.
And did you attempt to collect bodily fluids at the scene?
I believe I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the scene?
No, I can't recall that.
And would that be noted in your report?
Yes, it's on my report.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. And so for all the attorneys moving forward, you all don't need to ask permission. You
Thank you.
don't need to ask for permission to publish once it's been admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. So if you take a moment to review your report and see if that refreshes your memory as to when you arrived at the scene.
Yes, we received the call at 04:45 hours, and I arrived at 0500.
And is that AM or PM?
That's an AM.
So crime scene was there by 4:50 AM?
4:45.
4:45.
Actually, we received the call at that time, and then I arrived at 5 o'clock in the morning, 0500.
When you arrived, were any victims on scene?
According to my report, there was a lady that was there.
And was she alive or deceased?
She was alive.
And what was happening with this lady?
She was going to be treated, she was being questioned, but she was also going to be treated by EMS.
Was there also a male victim at the scene?
Yes,
And where was the male victim?
he was deceased inside the apartment on the floor.
And was that apartment 2702?
Yes,
After you got the lay of the land upon arriving at the scene, was video taken by one of the crime scene investigators to document how you all found that scene?
yes.
Did you respond to this particular scene alone?
No, there was myself and the shift supervisor, James Milford, who is now since deceased.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, it's the video of the location of the scene, and my initials are on it showing that I have viewed it.
And after viewing it, were you able to verify that that's the scene you responded to?
Yes,
Are you in fact in the video?
yes, I'm in the video.
Your Honor, at this time the state tenders 19 in evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 19 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes. I don't know if the monitors are on.
Looks like on.
Ms. Hudson, is this the outside of the apartments?
I believe so. Those are street lights, so, yeah.
I'm just gonna mute the sound. Your Honor, we're having issues with the stability of the Wi-Fi, so we're gonna switch to the disk. Your Honor, could we call IT while the video is playing from the laptop?
Yes.
Your Honor. I'm definitely filling out.
Job security.
All right. We have resumed the crime scene video. And who would this individual be that is physically touching Mr. Sumter?
Medical examiner.
And you see the medical examiner sort of moving and manipulating the body. Was that normal?
Yes,
And while the medical examiner is doing this, are pictures being taken?
yes. Pictures and the video both were being taken.
the front door from the living room?
Yes. I just came in the door. Stepped out of the way of the videotaper.
Is that you?
Yes. The other one is James.
Resuming the crime scene video. Are you in one of the, or is this one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
And are we in the second bedroom now?
Yes.
Do you recall what that pink object is, or looks to be pink, there on the bed among the sheets?
I can't tell from the video right here, but it's, possibly the, lid that goes with the jar of Vaseline that is sitting on the floor. There.
Do you see the jar on the floor that you're talking about?
Yes, it's right there next to the, cord and sitting in the, suspected blood stains there.
Is that kind of at the top of the video we back outside now?
Yes,
And it's gotten lighter.
yes.
When you talked about crime scene tape securing the scene, is that the yellow tape we're seeing here?
Yes. That is the marker. Secure tape.
And in addition to photographs and video of the scene, did you also process for fingerprints?
Yes.
Did anyone assist you in processing for prints, or were you
Yes.
the only
No,
investigator?
there was myself and, Beverly McGahee.
Show you states exhibits 24, 25, and 26. Do you recognize these items?
have my name on them.
And did you personally collect these lists from items from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 26 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection, Judge.
State's Exhibit 26 is admitted without objection.
And do you remember all the areas that you were able to obtain lifts from?
There was a headboard, a beer bottle.
Did you document in your report what areas, items you processed for fingerprints?
That's what I'm looking at now, to double check myself. The master bedroom door, the bedroom headboard for Layton's with positive results. Let's say that Beverly McGahee, she processed the back bedroom for Layton's with positive results. She also processed downstairs bathroom for Layton's with positive results. And she collected suspected blood samples from the entrance area on walls to step area.
And when you indicate in your report what items or areas you were able to get positive results from, does that mean those were the only places that you attempted to lift prints from?
Not necessarily. It means at that time, there were items collected to take back to the office to be processed for latent prints.
And so there at the scene, you're noting what you were able to positively lift prints from.
Yes. And I remember the headboard because there is a card with a headboard and there is a beer can, beer bottle with a positive lift. Those are the two I remember.
And did you document everything you did in your report that day?
What I wrote here is what I done.
And since you don't remember everything from that day, would it, what you recorded in your report, was that back when it was fresh in your mind?
Yes.
And would you have documented everything you did that day and completed your report near in time to actually conducting the investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, may Ms. Hudson read her report for what she did at the scene as a past recorded recollection?
No objection, Judge.
And just so we're clear, Ms. Hudson,
Yes.
no, just so we're clear, Ms. Hudson, can you just read the entirety of the report to the jury?
Sure. Upon arrival, the female victim was in entrance of apartment 2701, where she was being treated by EMS. I took photos of outside front of apartment showing relationship between victim's apartment and her neighbor. Photos taken of entrance area and front door to entrance hall. Steps leading to upstairs area showing reddish brown stains. Photos taken in the living room, dining room area where second victim's body was found lying on the floor. Photos made of one black male showing, and somebody has whited out a word, that is not, I don't white out, somebody else has whited it out, to stomach and left side. Close-ups taken of hands, face, stomach area, and feet. Close-ups made of large kitchen knife on the living room floor in front of chair. And there's another whiteout here, which I do not know who done. Close-ups taken with and without ruler of knife. Close-ups taken of telephone sitting in living room floor showing cut phone wires. Overall photos taken of kitchen area. Photos taken from bottom of steps to upstairs showing walls with reddish brown stains to top landing showing reddish stains on back bedroom door frame. Photo taken in back bedroom showing contents and bed area. Photos taken of telephone on nightstand and receiver with reddish stains. Close-ups of phone wire showing it cut. Phone taken of master bedroom area showing suspected blood stains on carpet around bed, on bed linens and the mattress, and the items on the bed. Cut cord from fan, clock, radio, and cord. Close-ups of phone showing cut. Backup photos taken by Supervisor James Milford. Supervisor Milford processed living room, dining room area, while this investigator processed the upstairs area. I processed master bedroom door, bed headboard for latents with positive results from both areas. I collected the phone and cut cord from wall jack, clock, radio, and cord. Piece of cut cord from fan. Collected a white towel and both bed sheets from bed. I collected 2 samples of mattress material with and without suspected blood stains. Collected 2 pillowcases and 1 pillow from floor for suspected blood stains. Suspected blood samples collected from carpet area with gauze wet with distilled water. I collected garbage bag from master bedroom. In back bedroom, I collected the twin bedspread and 1 blue and white striped sheet from the bed with suspected blood stains. I collected phone and cut cord from wall jack. Investigator Beverly McGahee processed back bedroom for latents with positive results. She also processed downstairs bedroom for latents with positive results. I collected other suspected blood samples from entrance area floor, walls to step area, and back bedroom door frame. Also from apartment 2701, front door and entrance area using gauze wet with distilled water. These samples and all suspected items with blood stains will be taken to State Crime Lab. All telephones and fan will be processed for latents. I collected lady's white shirt and dark towel from apartment 2701 entrance area to be taken to Crime Lab.
Did you also collect the Vaseline jar and lid?
Yes. It's on the it listed on the property sheet.
Now, you indicated that you collected the garbage from that master bedroom that was in the garbage can. Did you come across any used condoms or wrappers of a condom?
Not according to my report and not that I recall.
And would you also like to check your property sheets to see if you recovered?
Sure, please.
If you had come across a used condom or condom wrapper in the course of your investigation, would that be significant in a sexual assault allegation?
Yes.
Would that be something you would note in your report and in your property sheets?
Yes, and it would have been collected. there's nothing in my property sheets showing or stating that I collected such.
And, your property sheets, do they detail everything that was collected from the scene?
Yes. According to me, they do.
Now, all the items that you did collect, what did you do with those?
After they were processed, if they were not going to the crime lab, then they were placed, secured in the property room at, the police department. The items that were necessary going for further processing would have gone to the state crime lab.
And did you do additional processing for fingerprints of any of these items?
Now, I'm sure I did.
And would you have prepared a report for that processing as well?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you have an independent memory of that?
No.
I'm gonna show you
I see
some more.
more.
Ms. Hall, is that 21?
21 and 22.
Do you want me to read these also?
Well, before you do, were those reports prepared near in time to you doing the processing of these items?
Yes, they were processed at our, office area and our lab. We had an office and then a lab off of that, where we would go and process with fingerprint powders, chemicals, whatever was necessary.
And would you have prepared that report shortly after conducting the processing?
Yes,
When the information was still fresh in your mind?
yes,
And even after reading it, do you still have no independent memory of what you did?
no,
Your Honor, may Ms. Hudson read her reports about the processing as a past recollection previously reported?
No objection, Judge.
So, that is State's Exhibit number 21 and 22, or just,
Yes, Your Honor.
so State's Exhibits 21 and 22 are admitted, and the witness may read.
And Ms. Hudson, if you would start with Exhibit 21, what is the date of that report?
7/19/90,
So 4 days after the incident?
yes.
And what did you do on the 19th?
I processed 2 drinking glasses, 2 empty beer cans, bottle Bacardi, rum, and an orange juice bottle for Layton's with positive results from all items except large drinking glass and orange juice bottle. Results turned over to criminal history.
And so you would take the lifts and then turn them over to the latent print section?
Yes,
And then Exhibit 22, what's the date of that report?
19th,
So same day?
same day.
And what did you do on that day?
I processed the following items for Layton's: a clock radio, a blue clip fan, master bedroom phone, back bedroom phone, glass ashtray, several empty beer cans, black dish, Vaseline jar with lid, TV tray on stand, and TV stand. Results turned over to criminal history.
And after doing your follow-up back at the lab, did you have any other involvement with this case?
If I don't have an additional report, no, not that I recall.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
No, you're fine. Ms. Hudson, let me ask you a handful of questions here. Cause obviously you don't recall this case particularly.
No,
Sounds
sir.
like,
Unfortunately, no.
time takes away some things.
Yes, it does.
So Ms. Hudson, you were telling us about your involvement, you were working with crime scene back then
Yes,
for DeKalb County. It looks like you were part of the unit.
yes.
And it sounded like Mr. Milford was the supervisor.
At that time, he was, yes.
And as you described for us, on the, looks like in the wee hours of on July 15, 1990, you and others responded to the scene to help process it.
Yes,
Obviously, from what you probably could glean, it was a very serious matter because we were talking about a homicide and someone else injured on scene.
right.
And from what I understand, there were numerous officers on scene, correct?
Yes,
There was obviously at least one or so responding officers on scene.
yes,
And it appears as though there was a detective who was on scene, and it looks like based on the report, it was Detective Bright.
yes,
And then you may mention that medical examiner, they were also on scene.
yes. Jim May was the medical examiner, and Alan Wright was the detective.
Okay. And Mr. May, was he the medical examiner, or was he someone from the medical examiner's office who was there on scene?
He was from the office, but, medical examiner's office, but he was the investigator.
He was because the ME, they have their own set of investigators.
Yes, they do.
Okay. So he wasn't the person that did autopsies, but he was someone that you knew, because he was regularly assigned to investigate.
Right. He was not the one that would do the autopsies. He would assist, but, he would not do them himself.
Now, you described that on some scenes, maybe only one officer, one crime scene investigator would be present, correct?
Right,
But other times, maybe more were needed.
right.
And it sounds like on this occasion, you were present,
Yes,
Mr. Milford was present,
yes.
and Ms. McGoy, or
McGahee,
McGahee, I know everybody pronounces it different.
it's McGahee.
So Ms. McGahee, was she also part of the unit?
Yes,
So on this particular occasion, we had 3 crime scene investigators on the unit to help process it.
yes,
And it looks as though everyone had different tasks assigned to them to help get the scene processed.
but if I'm not mistaken, Milford and I were morning watch, which was 11 at night till 7 in the morning, and Beverly was day shift, and they sent her out there to assist us.
Okay. So it sounds like you and Milford, being part of morning watch, caught the front end, and then because of, I guess, the complexity and due to the shift swap, they sent out Ms. McGahee.
Yes, we all just pitched in and did what we had to do to get it done.
Because on this occasion, it looks as though you arrived around 5 a.m.
Yes,
But you were there almost 5.5 hours.
yes,
Even with 3 hands on deck, it took a while to process the scene.
it did, it did.
Because we didn't just have the 2701, we had 2702 where there's evidence. And we didn't just have one deceased individual, we had a live individual.
Yes,
We didn't just have downstairs, but we had an upstairs region
yes,
that needed to be investigated.
yes,
And then not just those upstairs and downstairs, it looks like there's a kitchen area in which we have some documentation and items that were taken from.
yes,
And then multiple bedrooms upstairs.
right,
And as you have documented for us, numerous items were photographed on scene,
yes,
numerous items were videotaped on scene.
yes,
It appears as though there was blood, which looks like y'all tried to maybe collect from various carpet areas.
yes,
And then looks like multiple items were collected for later processing.
yes,
Now, as part of your involvement in this case, once you got back to Church Street and did the fingerprint examination, it sounds like that concluded your involvement.
yes.
And you have any idea what would be the next step that would occur from after your involvement? What happens next? What would happen next, typically back then?
I would have processed what I brought back and got the results of all that and had a report wrote up on it, follow-up, and then turned those items over to the location that they needed to go, and whether the criminal history would have been, they have a drop box in their door where we could have dropped it off or put it in a box, but it's a secured box. And then, or I waited that morning and gave it to them before I left.
Now you say criminal history. What exactly?
Not criminal history, I'm sorry. It's, they're in our office, but they're a latent section. I started out in the criminal history section, which was way back even further.
Okay. So what's the criminal history section?
Criminal history is where they would go and look up different people, see if these people had been arrested before, or paperwork, different items like that. I mean, and then they had us, the inside and outside crime scene people, the inside people handled all the insides like the bookend and DUIs and things. We'd print them and do the breath test. Us, as outside, we handled strictly the calls on the outside, but if there was a call or a need for a crime scene person, then we would go there in the office and do it.
Okay. Now, fill us in a little bit further. So in this case, the prints, you take the prints, you got the lift cards, where would they go from your possession?
They would go into an envelope and I would take that envelope to the latent section. And it had their own, they have their own office, and it was, I would turn it over to them.
So any type of comparisons, were they done by you?
No, the comparisons were done by the latent section. The ladies that were working in there were trained for all of that.
Now you mentioned some blood collection. What would happen to those type of items?
Those items would have been transported over to the state crime lab, where they would have been analyzed for whatever necessary need that they wanted me to have done to them.
Now you say state crime lab, is that GBI?
GBI, yes.
Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now also, there are various items you collected, like some bed sheets. You mentioned the Vaseline cap. Now those items, where would those items go?
If they needed to be processed for fingerprints, then they would have been processed for fingerprints, the exterior. Now the Vaseline, if it has an impression in it, it can be preserved with a photograph and lighting assistance. But otherwise, I believe there was some hair samples or something inside, and the whole jar would have been just transported over to the crime lab.
Okay. And again, that's the GBI you're speaking of.
GBI, yes.
So now, did DKPD, DeKalb Police, would they retain some items?
They would have been placed in property room
Okay.
there in the main police precinct.
So it sounds like of all the items which you recovered and processed, they would either go to another unit within DeKalb Police, they would go to the GBI, or they would go to, I guess, a property room.
Right.
And none of these items, because the case was still active, would have been destroyed, would they?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the court.
It's Beverly White, Beverly, White.
And Ms. White, did you previously have another last name?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was McGahey, McGaughy.
Are you currently working now?
No, I'm not.
And where were you working previously?
DeKalb Police Department in the crime scene unit.
How long ago did you start working for the DeKalb Police Department?
1986.
And when did you retire from the DeKalb Police Department?
2010.
I want to draw your attention to 1990. Were you working in the crime scene unit at that time?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jurors what your role was in 1990?
I was a crime scene investigator.
And in order to perform your duties as a crime scene investigator, did you have to have any specific type of training?
Yes, the county sent us to 8 different schools.
And did you go through all of those schools?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of your career in Crime Lab up until, I think you said 2010, did you continue training as new developments came about?
Yes.
Okay. I want to specifically draw your attention now to July 15th of 1990. Were you called out to 2701 and 2702 Tree Hills Parkway?
Yes, I was.
And do you know about when you were called out there?
I was not on call. It happened in the night, and they sent me when I came in to work at 7 o'clock. They sent me out to assist the investigators that were out there.
Okay. And when you went out to a location, do you remember what you did when you got to that location?
No, ma'am.
And as part of your job as a crime scene investigator, did you document in reports everything that you would have done and completed during in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete those documents or reports near or close in time to actually investigations that you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your memory have been more fresh at the time you created those reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, going to give you State's Exhibit 27, which is, I believe, the first report that you did. Is that the report that you would have created based on your investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Because we went to work at 7, and they told me at 6:55.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time the state would ask that this witness read her report as a past recollection recorded.
You want me to read the entire?
Objection, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, if you could read the portion that you would have written what you did.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, I processed several areas to assist morning watch for possible latents. I collected any possible hair and fiber from the mattress using test tape strips, which were secured to the inside of a plastic bag and placed in property. Latents lifted were as followed: outside the back bedroom, which was John's room, doorknob 1 lift, also 1 lift inside John's room, doorknob. The half bath downstairs, doorknob outside, 1 lift, inside downstairs bathroom, doorknob 1 lift, outside doorknob, pantry 2 lifts, money glass on the dresser of Ron's room, 2 lifts, 1 lift outside the pantry door, 2 lifts from second money glass on dresser, 1 lift from the box of samples of Avon on the dresser.
Okay. And so that would have documented all the lifts you did and any hair and fibers that you would have
Yes,
collected
ma'am.
yourself. Now I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31. If you can take a look at it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes, ma'am, this is my handwriting.
And what is State's Exhibit 31?
These are latent, this is a latent fingerprint envelope.
when you were lifting the items throughout the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 31.
No objection.
State's exhibit 31 is admitted without objection.
And I just wanna make sure so that we understand, on each card, it documents where exactly
Yes.
you would have lifted that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, besides the actual crime scene itself, were you tasked to do any investigation anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell us where that was?
According to the report, it says 6850 Magnolia Street. That's where the car was located.
Okay. And did you create a report for everything that you would have done and
Yes, ma'am.
documented it?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you looking at an exhibit now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that
28.
28. Is that the actual report that you would have created near the time that you would have investigated that,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your memory fresh at the time when you created that report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you currently have any recollection of processing that car?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this witness be able to read her report as a past recollection reported.
No objection.
Okay. If you can tell the jurors in your report what you processed at that scene.
Okay, I processed a Dodge Shadow, a white Dodge Shadow, and it was processed at the crime scene car lab. And I was called to the location to photograph the vehicle belonging to the victim of the earlier assault and murder. I photographed the vehicle and had it towed to crime scene garage area for processing. I also was advised that Officer K.S. Jones, Lithonia police officer, had locked and searched as well as touched the vehicle. I took elimination prints at the scene from this officer to forward to criminal history. Processed vehicle in the CSU garage. One lift from the inside gas tank door, one lift from outside the gas tank door, two lifts from the right windshield post, and two lifts from the deck lid and left rear quarter, one lift from the outside left door, and two lifts from the deck lid and right rear quarter panel.
Now, when you're processing a vehicle, or this specific vehicle, when you're notating anywhere a lift was collected, does that mean those are the only places that you would have looked for fingerprints, or are those the only places that you found?
That was the only places where I found the latent fingerprints, and it was documented when I lifted it on the card where it was placed.
I'm now showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 32. Can you please tell me if you recognize what State's Exhibit 32 is? And if you need to open it, you can do that.
I don't remember the handwriting there. Yes. Yes, these are also fingerprints from the car that were too large for the small cards. We put them on the back of the palm print cards.
Okay. And are those the actual prints that you would have collected from that vehicle on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 32.
Yes.
No objection.
State's exhibit 32 is admitted without objection.
I don't.
If you can look at your report, tell me if you
Oh, yeah,
documented
we
it.
did, up there where the vehicle information is.
Okay, and so States Exhibit 29 and 30, do they match the VIN or tag number from the vehicle that you processed?
Except this is backwards.
Okay, so 29, the picture of the tag is
Yeah.
backwards,
Yeah.
from the actual tag
Yes.
itself. But are those, is that the tag and the
Yes,
VIN
ma'am.
of the car that you processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The state moves to tender States Exhibits 29 and 30.
No objection.
Case 29 and 30 are admitted without objection.
And permission to publish States Exhibit 29 and 30.
Yes.
Okay, and if you could describe to the jurors what we're looking at in States Exhibit 29.
It's the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And when you talked about the tag being backwards.
Yeah, it's reversed.
Okay. And just so that way the record is clear, where in the photograph is the tag?
It's on the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And in the actual photograph itself, where in the photograph is it?
It's on the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And now States Exhibit 30. What are we looking at here?
That's the, manufacturer's ID number that's on the, up by the windshield.
Okay. Is that what we a lot of times hear or is called a VIN number?
Yes,
Okay. And is that the actual VIN number on the vehicle that you processed?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the same VIN that you documented on your report? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No question, Judge.
Okay. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
gunshot wounds, stab wounds, any other evidence on the body.
And once the medical examiner's office investigator conducted their scene investigation, what would they then do?
They would write reports, make their own photographs, attend the autopsy.
Would they be responsible for removing the deceased from the location to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they would be in charge of that, and we had a company that was contracted by the county that transported.
Now, once you're on scene and you have an opportunity to meet with those that were there first, get the lay of the land, what do you do next?
A complete walk around of the scene, the perimeter, all the rooms of the house, direct the crime scene unit technician to what you wanted done as you saw it. Fortunately, our people were pretty good on that, so I didn't have to do a whole lot of pointing it out to them. They knew what to do. In charge of collecting all the evidence and documenting it, taking copious case notes, and oftentimes attend the autopsy later on.
If there weren't witnesses right there at the scene, would detectives make the effort to canvass around the area of a crime to see if they could locate additional witnesses?
Yes.
And any processing of the scene for latent prints, bodily fluids, or documenting through video and photograph, would that all be done by the crime scene unit?
Yes.
Was that at your direction, or if you needed to make directions, were you on hand to identify things of interest?
Yes.
Would anyone be handling evidence in a crime scene without gloves?
No.
Even back in 1990?
Back in 1990.
Now I want to draw your attention specifically to July the 15th of 1990. Were you tasked with responding to a death investigation at 2702 Tree Hills Parkway?
Yes, I was.
And is that location in DeKalb County?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Sunday.
And how were you notified to go to that scene?
9/11 radio.
Were you working a typical shift, or were you the on-call detective?
I was on the on-call detective.
And do
I
you
was at home at the time.
and do you recall when you were notified?
It was right at 5:15.
And do you recall when you were actually able to get to the scene?
Yes, 6:08.
Was anyone on scene when you arrived?
Yes, several people.
And were these officers, crime scene?
Yes. Medical examiner came later.
And was this scene secure?
Yes.
Was the victim John Sumter on scene when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
And was the victim Pamela Sumter on scene when you arrived?
No, she'd been medevaced out.
What did you do when you got there?
Well, I noted the victim had been taken off the stand. There was also a phone there, the cord had been cut. And the victim was obviously deceased.
Were photographs taken of this entire scene?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel, exhibits 33 through 87. Were you also previously shown these exhibits?
Yes.
And are they photographs that were taken of the scene on July the 15th, 1990?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you observed it that morning?
yes, they would.
Your Honor, the state tenders 33 through 87 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
State's exhibits numbers 33 through 87 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Bright, do you see Exhibit 33 in front of you?
Yes,
And what are we looking at here?
that's the main door to the apartment, which is the ground floor.
And which apartment is this?
2702.
And I'm gonna direct you to the number at the top of the door. Can you see that number? I know it's
Yes,
back.
okay, that's 2701, which is the apartment that's contiguous to the victim's apartment.
Would this be the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Washington's apartment?
Yes,
Exhibit 34, what are we looking at here?
Pamela Sumter had left her apartment, she's gravely injured, and tried to seek help by pounding on the door. And the Washingtons answered it. And that's why there's blood on the door.
And is this from the inside looking out of their front door?
Yes,
Exhibit 35, what are we looking at here?
the same door.
And why are we taking a close-up of this door?
To show the blood markings.
Exhibit 36, I believe that might be a duplicate. Exhibit 37, what are we looking at here?
That's the front entrance of the victim's apartment.
And what's the apartment number on this door?
2702.
Exhibit 38,
Doorknob for the apartment. The main door of the apartment.
and what do we see on the doorknob?
Blood.
Exhibit 39,
Yes,
what are we looking at here?
that's closet in the living room, ground floor.
So is that after entering the apartment?
Yes,
Exhibit 40,
the same.
Exhibit 41,
That is the entrance to the bathroom, which is also on the ground floor.
so the ground floor bathroom.
Yes,
Exhibit 42,
that's the hallway past the kitchen into the living room.
Exhibit 43,
The staircase from the upper floor down to the first.
Exhibit 44,
That is the victim.
Exhibit 45,
That is also the victim.
and what do we see here just a few feet from the victim's foot, right foot?
It's kind of fuzzy. Can you bring it in? Can you improve the focus?
We can talk about it in another photograph. I think that's about as clear as we can get it.
Yeah, I think so. Those are his glasses, and a phone is over to the right, and the phone cord has been cut. It's
Highlighting the area just to the right of the victim's head, are those the red glasses that you're talking about?
yes,
Exhibit 46, what are we looking at here?
the prone, supine body of John Sumter.
Exhibit 47,
There you see the TV nightstand and the knife, which was located in the car.
highlight highlighting this object a few feet from the victim's feet. Is that the knife that you're talking about?
Yes, it's 8.5 inches long.
And did you receive any information to indicate that there was actually a TV on that TV stand?
Yes,
We'll get to that. We'll circle back to that in a little bit. Exhibit 48
that's the murder weapon.
and the measuring tape.
Yes,
And how long does a measuring tape indicate that the knife blade is?
8.5 inches.
Exhibit 49,
The same thing.
Exhibit 50,
That's some cushions and the telephone whose cord had been cut. And that's the TV nightstand in the foreground.
and the telephone, the cord was cut, highlighting there almost in the center of the picture. Is that the object that you're referring to?
Yes,
And the nightstand, is that there in the bottom left corner?
yes,
Exhibit 51,
the telephone, the cord had been severed.
Exhibit 52,
That's the severed cord.
Exhibit 53,
It's the living room, but you can see the victim's feet at the bottom left, and the nightstand for the TV, and also the knife.
Exhibit 54,
That's where that depicts the cables pulled out of the TV and the jack to the wall.
Exhibit 55,
This would have been investigator Jim May from the ME's office, turning the body to check for any other defects.
Exhibit 56,
That was a portion of clothing that was worn by the victim, John Sumter. You see the blood stains on it.
Exhibit 57,
The kitchen,
Exhibit 58,
the hallway to the kitchen,
Exhibit 59,
also the kitchen.
Exhibit 60,
Some magazines on basically a table.
is that in the kitchen?
No, it's in the living room.
I'll take you back to 59. You see the kitchen table?
Yes,
Go back to 60. Do you think that might be the kitchen table closer up?
yes.
61, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at some utensils that were in the kitchen, specifically a black saucepan and a wok.
62,
The same view, same thing. Also notice that there is a bottle of rum that's to the right of that saucepan. And some beer cans.
I'm gonna zoom in on the counter space.
There's a black plate that looked like it had a sandwich on it at one point.
And I'm circling what looks to be the black plate now. Is that the item you're referring to?
Yes,
And the bottle of rum, am I circling that now?
yes,
And the beer can, am I circling that now?
yes.
While there are a few items out that appear to have been either eaten from or used to make a drink, was the kitchen otherwise pretty cleanly?
Yes.
Exhibit 63,
It's the same thing, the countertop, the kitchen. With the aforementioned items, beer can, the Bacardi bottle, and that plate, the black plate.
about the center of the picture, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Is that an ashtray on the
Yes.
counter? '64, what are we looking at here?
That's from the living room into an adjacent room.
I'm gonna go to 65. What are we looking at here?
That's also the living room. Oh, wait, no, that one, that's, John's room.
So is this one of the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes,
The one that John was using?
correct.
66,
Just another view of the same.
John's bedroom.
Yes,
67.
his bed,
I'm gonna zoom in. What do we see here laying across the bed?
a telephone with bloody prints all over it. And you have blood on various locations on the sheets and the comforter that's on top of the bed.
I'm gonna zoom in on the bed a little bit. To the right here, these colored dots, is that suspected blood?
Yes,
And then to the left as well, is that suspected blood?
as well, yes.
Exhibit 68. What are we looking at here?
It's going to be the same thing.
And in this picture, can we actually see the nightstand as well?
Yes,
Is that the rest of the phone on the nightstand?
right.
69, what are we looking at?
That's the bloodstained phone.
In John's room?
Yes, it was this, we later learned that it was used by the sister.
And
Who'd been
70?
stabbed. Yes, go ahead.
And 70, what are we looking at here?
The phone jack.
And why are we zoomed in on the phone jack?
That was the phone that was disabled. There
70,
were 3 phones that were disabled.
3 phones total.
Yes,
And that's one of them in John's room.
correct.
And then 71,
Blood stains on the carpet.
is that in John's room too?
Pardon me?
Is that in John's room too?
Yes, correct.
Then 72,
A portion of the kitchen.
take a closer look at that.
That's what it is.
Do you see the rest of that piece of furniture leading to another room with a sink?
Yeah, that's the bathroom.
So having seen that next picture, 72, where's that? If you recall.
I can't recall. That's a pizza box that was there on the counter.
And 73,
That's, the bathroom, ground floor bathroom.
74,
That's John's room, John Sumter's room.
75,
I think that's the entrance to John's room.
is that the same bed that was in John's room?
Yes,
Zoom in here for you. Exhibit 67. Is that John's bed with the white coverlet over it?
Yes,
And I'm gonna go back to 75. Does that bed appear to be different than John's bed?
I think that is, boy, it's such poor quality. I believe that, that's the sister's room, the bed, the entrance to her bedroom, and that's the sister's bed.
So 76 is the sister's bed,
Yeah, that's Pamela's bed.
and what do you see on Pamela's bed?
Blood in various spots, another telephone, a severed cord.
And I'm going to zero in on the right upper hand corner. Is that the telephone?
Yes,
Is there also an alarm clock next to it?
yes,
And then more towards the center of the mattress, is that the cord that was located on the bed?
yes, it's an electrical cord, yes.
Did it appear to have been cut from some electronic?
Yes, specifically the radio, the alarm clock radio,
Exhibit 77?
just another view of the same, that's the telephone.
And on the carpet there, what is that?
Blood stains,
Exhibit 78?
the same,
Exhibit 79?
the nightstand with the telephone, and the, alarm clock.
Exhibit 80?
That's, to the, as you're looking at it to the left, or to the right, I'm sorry, of, Pamela's bed. You see pillows on the floor, you see another cut, severed cord, and blood stains on the carpet.
And then zero in on the center of that picture, is that the electrical cord you're talking about?
Yes,
And that was also severed from an electronic or cut from?
yes,
And then up here, oops, at the top, there's a doorway, is that to Pamela's bathroom?
yes,
And is that her trash can in the bathroom?
yes,
Exhibit 81,
bloody clothing.
is this in Pamela's bathroom?
In Pamela's bathroom.
Exhibit 82,
Same,
Exhibit 83,
that's the bed that Pamela was using, and you can see the blood stains and the severed cord, electrical cord.
Exhibit 84,
The same, the bedroom, Pamela's bedroom,
and is that doorway to her bathroom?
yes,
Exhibit 85,
that's the entrance to her bathroom.
Exhibit 86,
Blood stains and a severed electrical cord, some sort of stuffed animal,
Exhibit 87.
that's a severed electrical cord.
Now, did the scene as you found it in the living room and in Pamela's room and John's room indicate a struggle to you?
Yes, it did.
And did you receive any information that these cords had been used at all during the assault?
Yes, one of the cords was used, as Pamela told us later on in an interview at DeKalb Medical Center. The cord was used by the defendant to secure.
We are going to object to the form of narrative, and basically he has gone well beyond we had a discussion regarding this testimony, and it's not through this officer, it's through a different officer.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would step back in the jury room for a moment.
So Judge, he is offering, now we're at double hearsay. Because basically he's offering the hearsay statements of the other officer's hearsay statement that we'll hear later today, I assume. Officer Thomas is the one that got the statement from Ms. Sumter, and basically he's now offering hearsay of what the other officer received from Ms. Sumter.
That's not correct, Your Honor. Detective Bright was in the room while Ms. Sumter was being interviewed. He heard the statement himself.
Okay, I guess my question is, the officer's last statement was, where he specifically makes mention of the defendant. How is he able to say that? I'm trying to see if we can.
He did, he misspoke. So regardless, his response needs to be stricken.
Do you see it, Judge?
No.
You want me to read it?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Answer, yes, one of the courts was used, as Pamela told us later on in an interview at the DeKalb Medical Center, that the court was used by the defendant to secure an objection by Mr. Queen.
Your Honor, that answer was non-responsive. I didn't ask anything about the defendant, just whether he had any information if the court was used, and we have no issue with the defendant being stricken from the record.
Okay. That's acceptable to you, or do you want?
I think, well, what I would ask the court, I'm not gonna ask for a mistrial like that. I would ask that you, direct the jury that the objection has been sustained and to disregard his last response.
Okay. Ms. Sumter, do you want to go speak to the witness and, just inform him not to make any references to, about, the victim identifying the defendant, so that it's clear?
Yes, Your Honor, I just asked Ms. Romanowski to instruct Detective Bright not to refer to the suspect as a defendant, but only as the suspect.
Now, moving forward, when the witness comes back to the stand, the witness can testify as to any of the statements that, he was present for with the victim. Are we clear?
So Judge, I guess probably the safest thing at this point in time, we'd ask place on the record, a routine objection as to what we believe to be a clear violation of Crawford v. Washington regarding any statements that Ms. Sumter made to Detective Bright, Detective Thompson, while at the DeKalb Medical Center.
Okay, so you're making your continuing objection. The court has indicated as of yesterday from the previous hearing that the court was going to allow those statements in from the decedent as dying declarations as well as excited utterances. Gentlemen of the jury, the last sentence, the court sustained the defense objection, and the last sentence will be stricken from the record. Right, Ms. Sumter.
Detective Alan Bright. So Detective Bright, we were talking about the cords that were located in Ms. Sumter's bedroom, and specifically just to the cords. Did you receive any information in the course of your investigation that those have been used during the assault?
Yes,
Now, were the neighbors, Michelle and Larry Washington, interviewed?
yes,
And were they able to provide any information in the course of their interview as to who this suspect might be?
yes, they were asked that, but they had no idea who he was.
And other than relaying what Pamela had told them, did they have any independent knowledge of the attack that was helpful to your investigation?
Somewhat, I mean, she was able to relate to them what had occurred.
And I mean, outside of what Pamela told them, did they personally observe anything?
No,
Now, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that the victim's rental car, their Dodge Shadow, had been stolen or was not present at the scene?
yes,
What did you do after learning that?
I entered it on NCI as a stolen vehicle.
What is that? What is the NCIC?
It's basically to be on lookout.
And when you enter a car in the system as a be on the lookout, what happens?
It's available nationwide.
So if a police officer were to run the tag or pass by the vehicle, would they know that it was important to a murder investigation?
Yes,
Were you notified when the Lithonia police officer found the vehicle later that morning?
yes,
Did you respond to the Lithonia Police Department and interview that officer?
yes,
And was that vehicle processed and the wallet that the officer found secured?
yes,
Would the car have been towed back to crime scene to do most of that processing?
yes,
And did you also take a few Polaroids of the vehicle?
I can't recall doing that.
I'm going to show you exhibits 88 through 90. Do you recognize this envelope that is holding these exhibits?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And if you would take a look at the contents.
That's the call. And this snappy rental identification is what I call. And that was the vehicle as described by the company that the victim obtained.
And do these Polaroids fairly and accurately depict the vehicle as you observed it,
Yes,
88 through 90?
yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 88 through 90 into evidence.
No objection.
State's exhibits numbers 88, 89, and 90 are admitted without objection.
Was the location where the vehicle was recovered significant to your investigation?
Yes, this is a short distance away from the original crime scene. It had been driven off the roadway and into the forested part of the land. So it was off the road.
And the fact that it was in Lithonia, was that significant?
Yes, because it was near the crime scene.
Did Ms. Sumter indicate anything about the suspect and the Lithonia area to your memory?
No,
Did you go to the hospital to interview Pamela?
yes.
Who actually conducted the interview?
Detective Thompson from our office.
And were you present for that interview?
Yes, I was.
After processing the scene, processing the car, interviewing the witnesses, what did you do to try to develop the identity of the suspect in this case?
I did a lot of canvassing and considered other officers, Detective Glover, and tried to identify anything that anyone might have seen or heard in that apartment complex.
And as a result of canvassing and talking to individuals, were you able to speak to friends of John and Pamela,
Yes,
their family?
yes,
Was an individual by the name of John Black ever interviewed?
yes,
And did John Black willingly agree to an interview?
yes,
Did John Black provide his fingerprints for the investigation?
yes.
Was John Black in the age range of the suspect that was described by Pamela?
No,
How old was John Black?
he was in his mid to late 40s, as I recall.
And would that statement be, would that have been memorialized in a written form
Yes,
with Mr. Black? Is that the written statement of Mr. Black?
yes,
Could you take a moment to review it and see if it refreshes your recollection about how old he was?
56 years old.
And the latent lifts from the crime scene and from the vehicle, would you have forwarded, or someone in your unit have made sure all those got to the latent print section?
Yes,
And back then, could you upload a fingerprint to some national database and see if it connected to anyone?
no,
How did you examine fingerprints for a suspect back then? Did you have to have a known suspect to compare?
yes,
So your latent print examiners couldn't just take everything from the crime scene and upload it to the database, see what it spit out?
right,
And were you able to provide your latent print section with some known fingerprints of individuals for them to compare?
yes, those are called elimination prints.
And did those include John Black?
Yes,
And were his fingerprints on anything?
no,
What about the items that were swabbed for either blood or suspected bodily fluids? The items that crime scene collected, like the sheets and the pillowcases, were all of those sent to the GBI?
yes,
And did the GBI process those items?
yes,
And were any leads developed from the GBI's processing of those items back in 1990?
no,
Did you have any other information to go on? After interviewing the friends and the family, after sending your evidence to latent prints and to the state crime lab, were any leads developed?
no,
And did Pamela ultimately succumb to her injuries?
yes.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on the 5th of August.
Were you notified, and did you respond to the hospital?
I was notified, yes.
And do you recall how long you worked this case?
Probably a year.
And what happens if you don't develop any leads after a year?
Well, I hate to say it, but it goes cold.
And at that point, would the case largely be inactive?
Well, with so much else going on around us, it had to be put on the back burner.
Now, if a lead were to develop and you had been made aware of it, would you go right back to it?
Yes,
If someone had come forward with information, would you have looked into that information and see where it went?
absolutely,
And while you were working at DeKalb, did that ever happen?
yes,
And in this case specifically, did you ever get tips or leads that went anywhere?
no,
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Close this whole loop. Close the loop on this one. Good, well, afternoon.
afternoon.
So, investigator, detective, right, I'm gonna ask you a few questions, close the loop on a few things.
Sure.
For clarity's sake. If I can approach Judge?
Yes.
So detective, you were telling about Mr. Black, and how Mr. Black, age-wise, did not fit the description you had, correct?
Correct.
Now, just to close the loop on that, now, Mr. Black, how tall was he?
Well, let's see, it's 5'8",
And roughly how much did he weigh?
125 pounds.
Okay. So
Very slight.
So he's a slight guy, but he's 5'8", and he's older.
Yes,
So based upon that, he didn't appear to match the description you had.
correct.
Correct. Now let me turn your attention. So after the passing of Ms. Sumter in August, it appears though that a reward was offered at some point.
I don't recall
If I can approach?
that. Sure. I didn't mean to chime in. I was just helping things along.
So Detective, do you recall ever seen that document before?
I may have, but I don't specifically remember.
So what are you looking at?
Well, it's a reward poster.
Okay. And does it appear to be in reference to this matter?
Yes.
Now, is this something that you commonly would put out in order to try to develop leads in the case?
Not necessarily.
So in this case, it looks like it may have happened. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would that have been done by you or someone else?
I think it was by someone else. I don't remember doing it.
Okay. Because particularly, what was the description that you had for the alleged perpetrator?
It was bulky
Mm-hmm.
and looked like he lifted weights. He was a weight trainer, and very muscular, stout, and much younger.
Now you say stout. Now, from we've heard from testimony yesterday, that Ms. Sumter described the person as tall.
Excuse me?
We heard yesterday that Ms. Sumter described the gentleman as being tall.
Okay.
Now, you just mentioned stout. Stout usually means short,
Oh, I meant upper body.
upper body wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
So is your understanding that the perpetrator was tall
Yes.
and the perpetrator was kind of muscular
Yes.
and was dark skinned
Yes.
and had short hair?
Yes.
And that's primarily what you had to go on for a lead.
Yes.
And then as to age-wise, the information you had was mid to late 20s to early 30s.
Yes.
But throughout this investigation, you didn't find anyone that particularly matched that description.
No.
Now let me turn your attention. Do you remember Detective Cates?
Tate?
Cates, C-A-T-E-S.
No.
Okay. Do you remember the name of a gentleman by the name of Anthony Hicks who lived in the Magnolia Street area?
No.
Now let me turn your attention towards the items in which you were telling us about that were located. I understand there was some bedspread and some sheets, correct?
Yes.
And those items were turned over to GBI to your knowledge?
Yes.
How were they processed?
How were they processed?
Yes, because you mentioned that items were processed by GBI back in 1990.
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Okay.
I was not involved in
Because Ms. Hodder was asking regarding, in 1990, the GBI processed items,
it.
correct? And to your knowledge, the processing came back with no leads, correct?
Correct.
So, particularly as to these items which in question right now, the bed sheet, do you know what they were processed for?
Blood, seminal fluid, and any other fluids. You're talking about cloth.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be either the identification of the blood as to whether or not it's of human origin or animal origin, and blood typing.
Okay. So particularly, do you know as to the bed sheets whether any of that was done and to what extent?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Particularly as to the bed sheets, do you know if any of that was done and to what extent?
No.
Okay. And you also mentioned there were multiple telephones, and we see in the photographs there are telephones with blood on them.
Yes.
And do you have any idea how those may have been processed back in 1990?
Well, there would have been processed for prints, fingerprints. fingerprints are iffy, because a lot of them are overlays and smears. They're not, you know, you can't get accurate fingerprints all the time. You're kind of lucky if you do.
So do you know if fingerprints were taken of those items, the phones?
They were dusted for prints and processed.
Okay. Do you know the results of those?
Negative.
Okay.
I mean, they were negative.
Do you know who they may have been tested against at the time?
Excuse me?
Do you know who they may have been tested against at the time?
No.
Likewise, you said there were blood stain samples that were taken.
Yes.
Do you know to what extent those were processed by either DeKalb or GBI?
It was blood of human origin.
Okay. Do you know if there was any DNA testing done back then?
No.
Okay.
We didn't have DNA back in those days. We were on the cusp of developing it, but no. It came in years later.
Now, in this case, no one's made mention of, but I'm going to assume there was a red kit done, correct?
Yes.
And do you know who that was done by?
Yes, it was done in the hospital during her surgery.
And do you know how that was processed back then?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know where it went from the hospital?
Yeah, to the state crime lab.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in that process and testing?
No.
Okay. Now you mentioned about the kitchen. There was a rum bottle, it was like a Bacardi rum bottle, and
Yes.
there was a can in one photo of a beer on top of the counter.
Yes.
Now I believe we look at the photos, actually there's multiple beer cans in the trash can.
Yeah.
Recall? But yes?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall all those beer cans?
Yes.
Were those tested?
They were collected and they were dusted for prints.
Okay. Now, they were collected for prints. Do you know if at any point in time they were retained for possible DNA testing?
No.
Now, when I say, were they retained to your knowledge?
Were they what?
Retained to your knowledge?
Yes.
Were they tested to your knowledge?
They were dusted for prints.
Prints only and not DNA?
Well, we didn't have DNA at the time. DNA would have been completely foreign to us.
Likewise, I'm saying there were some hair follicles that were found on scene. To your knowledge, were those hair follicles retained?
Probably. I can't say definitely that they were.
Do you know if they were tested in any sort of manner?
No.
In the photos, we noticed a television stand.
Yes.
That television stand, it appears though the television may have belonged at some point, correct?
Yes.
That television stand, to your knowledge, was it dusted for prints?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was it taken into evidence for possible later further testing?
No.
So it remained on scene, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, the next witness is a lengthy witness, so I don't know if you wanted us to start them now.
Okay, we'll have 30 minutes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state calls Angela, Chainer.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State and spell your name for the
Say
court.
that again?
State and spell your name for the court.
My name is Angela Thomason Chainer, ANGELATHOMASONCHAINER.
And Ms. Chainer, are you currently employed?
I have recently retired.
And what line of work did you retire from?
I was a program manager of police programs out of the Department of State worldwide.
And how long did you do that for?
I began to work for State Department programs and DOJ programs and DOD programs in 2002.
And prior to 2002, what did you do?
I was employed by the DeKalb County Police Department.
Can you tell us when you started to work for the DeKalb County Police Department?
The county police department I began in early 1984.
All right. And can you tell the jurors sort of your progress or what type of jobs you had from when you started in 1984?
Initially, I started in uniform patrol, and I decided to stay there rather than take some of the offers for lateral transfers because I needed to learn about people. So I stayed in uniform patrol for almost 6 years. I did take some special training. I got certified as a police instructor, took some of the advanced classes, but then eventually transferred to detective division. Went into crimes, property crimes at first, but I really enjoyed it. So very quickly transferred over to homicide and robbery. So while I was in homicide and robbery, I think that was like 88, 89, and then was promoted like 91, 92 to the rank of sergeant, and was posted to run the tactical teams in the South Precinct. And from there, opened the first community-oriented policing program that DeKalb County had. And from there, transferred and promoted back up to detectives. And I was one of the detective sergeants over the crimes against women and children, special victims unit. So from there, I stayed probably 3 or 4 years, and then voluntarily, just because it's a very emotional kind of assignment, but I asked to go back to uniform division. So I was East Precinct Morning Watch acting lieutenant when I decided to leave the police department.
Okay. I want to now take you back to July of 1990. Would that have been when you were working as a detective in homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically, July 15th of 1990, were you tasked to assist in the investigation about the murder of John Sumter and attack of Pamela Sumter at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked to do at that point?
I was assigned to go to the hospital and interview Ms. Sumter.
Now, as part of that, did you, while you were there, were you made aware of what her condition was?
Yes, I remember speaking to the nurse, and
You don't really object here, sir?
And you're not asking what the nurse said?
Overruled.
so would you ask your question?
Sure. Were you made aware when you got to the hospital what her condition was at that point?
Yes, it was incredible.
Okay. And was she in an IC unit at the time that you met with her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually physically see her?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors how she appeared to you when you saw her?
She was about in good shape. Sorry, it's been a long time, but I remember.
When you said that she was not in good shape. Can you sort of describe what you mean by that?
She had multiple wounds. She was having some difficulty breathing. They were having to suction her quite often. She was conscious. She had redness in her eyes, the hemorrhaging in the eyes.
And based on your training experience as an officer, what did the hemorrhaging in the eyes mean to you?
It's called petechial hemorrhages, and usually that is from pressure and oxygen deprivation.
And what was the purpose of interviewing her at that point?
This was in the evening, and it was imperative that we determine whether there was or was not a public threat. So to speak with her, I would want to know, does she know who this person is, or is it particular to their relationship, her and her brother and that person? Or is this a stranger to stranger where we have a predator at large?
Now, back in 1990, was it common practice to actually record statements at that time?
No, not always.
Okay. And did you personally record statements?
On occasion, yes.
Okay. Did you do so when you spoke with Pamela Sumter?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of recording your statement with her on that day?
First reason is that, even contemporaneous notes, or something that I knew I was good at, but I wanted to make sure that I understood every word she said and that I had it absolutely correct. So yeah, it was just a redundancy to ensure that I was able to gather good facts and information.
Now it's showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State's Exhibit 97?
This is a audio capture of my old cassette tape. And I listened to this, and it is representative of the interview. These are my initials.
Your Honor, this time the State was to tender State's Exhibit 97.
No objection.
State's exhibit number 97 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
to stop the bleeding and stuff from the stab wound. So I had to wait till that surgery was done, and she stayed asleep. So unfortunately, I never got to meet her or talk to her. She was under general anesthesia when I did this exam.
Okay. When you were performing, or before you perform an exam, was there a history already given to you of
Yes,
this
ma'am.
patient? And what was the history that was relevant for you and your examination?
I was just told that she had been raped and that I needed to do the rape kit on her.
Can you describe to the jurors what a rape kit is?
It's basically a simple box of swabs and a comb, scissors, and we would use like the comb to comb the hair of the female, the pubic hair, and to see if there was any evidence there. We would have swabs that we would swab on the outside if we saw evidence of semen or anything that would be helpful in that rape case. And then we would swab on the inside of the vagina also. And I performed that on her while she was asleep.
Okay. Now, other than performing the actual sexual assault examination with the rape kit, did you actually have to treat her as well?
I treated her because she actually had abrasions and a vaginal tear.
Okay. Can you sort of describe that to the jurors? What were her actual injuries that you found?
Right about at this area here, she had a little vaginal perineal tear that had to be repaired with suture, and that was bleeding. And over here between 2 o'clock, I don't see this thing working, but like at 2 o'clock on the, if you're facing her, down to 6 o'clock, there was an abrasion, like a bruise type of injury.
And if you could try to use your finger on the pad, sometimes that works better.
So
Okay.
right in that area, she had an abrasion.
Okay. And these injuries that you found, would they be consistent with consensual sexual encounter?
Not consensual.
Okay. And can you explain why that is based on your training and experience?
Well, basically, when a woman is consenting to sex, she actually lubricates, and she's relaxed, and the body will put lubrication out into the vagina to help things almost become like a KY type jelly so that the friction is decreased. But when you're under attack and you're scared, you're in your fight or flight, the body's not going to lubricate and stuff. So that area then is dry and it's more friction there, and if you force too hard, you can actually tear the skin.
And in your career as an OBGYN, have you seen that type of injury before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And generally speaking, when you've seen that type of injury before, what happened to cause that injury?
Most of the time where I saw actual tears and stuff, it was a baby being born, because they stretched the vagina and you would have tears, and that's where doctors learn to do episiotomies and stuff to allow the baby to have more room as they're being delivered.
I'm now going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, or 104, I'm sorry. If you can open that up and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yeah, this is an actual sealed part of the rape kit, and we have to seal it so that it keeps the chain of evidence going. And it has my name writing her as Pam Sumter, and it's the vaginal and cervical swab that I performed inside the vagina.
Okay. And so is that the actual swabbing that you would have taken of her on that day?
I would assume yes.
The state moves to tender State's Exhibit 104 into evidence.
Objection.
State's exhibit number 104 is admitted without objection.
Okay. And you indicated it was a vaginal cervical swab. Is that necessarily accurate in this specific case?
Not in her case, because she had a hysterectomy, so her uterus and cervix had been removed. So there was no cervix or uterus there.
All right, and so when the actual envelope says it's vaginal and or cervical swab?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been inside of her vagina that you
Yes.
swabbed? Okay. Nothing further from this witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask you a few questions. You told us that she was in surgery for the stab wounds in which she suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And pretty much you came in, I guess, at the latter half of surgery once she'd been stabilized and they tried to address the wounds which ultimately were the cause of her losing her life.
Yes, sir.
Now, you told us about this tear that she had, I think you said near the perineum. Now that tear, could that have been potentially caused by a sharp instrument like the one that caused the injuries to her abdomen?
You're talking about, like, could it be a stab wound?
Correct.
Not in my background, training, or experience, no, sir.
Okay. Now tell us why, because how does it differ? How does the tear differ?
Because this tear was more like a baby's head coming through where the vagina got stretched, and it was a stretch tear, not a stab wound.
Okay. As opposed to being a sharp, it was more like a rip.
Yes,
Now how big was that tear?
it was small, if I can remember correctly, because I didn't really write a whole surgical note. I just said that I repaired it with 3-0 chroming.
Okay. Now you say small, we're talking an inch, 2 inches tops?
I honestly don't remember the exact size.
Now, in that tear, and you said that it's similar to a tear which one receives basically a child's head, which is bigger than, I guess, the vagina can accommodate.
Yes, sir.
And then also there was an abrasion.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
an abrasion sounds like basically some rubbing.
Yes, sir.
And was that on the vagina or on the fatty portion around the vagina, do you recall?
No, it was actually in the introitus, so it was right at the opening of the vagina, and it was from like 2 o'clock down towards 6 o'clock.
Now, let me ask you about something else. You did a sexual exam in this case, correct? Sexual assault exam.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were called in for because there was an allegation of rape.
Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular case, did you see any signs of ejaculation on the outside of the vagina?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see seminal fluid or what potential seminal fluid outside the vagina?
No, sir.
And then you mentioned that there was a combing, which is around the entire vaginal region, the hair around the lady's pubic hair, etc. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're nodding, but she needs to get the answer. Did you see any signs of intercourse on that outside portion around the pelvis area?
Can you rephrase that so that I understand exactly what?
Sure. Let me be more direct. Did you see any signs of seminal fluid or other types of fluids around the pubic area or particularly in the pubic hair?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, as part of the sexual assault exam, did you take pubic hairs?
I don't see in my note that I did, so I don't remember that long ago.
Okay. Now let's go back for a second. What are the parts of the sexual assault exam kit?
The, if I had to actually, I haven't done that exam in years. So, I just know that it's got the swabs, it's got the combings, and, it's got instructions to the kid, and I followed the instructions because I actually put that in my note.
And in this particular case, Did you have a sane nurse present with you, or did you perform the procedure by yourself?
I think that the way I wrote in my notice that I did it myself.
Now, let me ask you, on a somewhat related matter, when it comes to sperm, how long can sperm last inside the vagina?
If there's a cervix, it can last up to 5 days.
Otherwise?
Otherwise, it's gonna depend on the toxic environment of the vagina. I would think within hours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing further from this witness.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And call your next witness.
The state calls Chris Ollie.
Go ahead, have a seat. Raise your right hand up. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the court.
Chris Ollie.
Mr. Ollie, have you ever worked in DeKalb County before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell us, or tell the jurors, what your role was when you were working for DeKalb County?
I was a senior forensic technician.
Can you explain to the jurors what that means?
It's I'm basically a medical assistant. I assist the pathologist in the performance of autopsies.
Okay. And so when we're talking about a pathologist, are we talking about what a lot of us hear, a medical examiner?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start working with DeKalb County?
I believe it was actually 1983 or 84.
And did you have any previous work experience before that?
Not in that field, no.
And what type of training did you have in order to help assist the pathologist?
Well, I had got a biology degree, Bachelor of Science in biology at Mercer University of Macon. And most of my work was on the job training, working for pathologists.
And you indicated that you started with DeKalb in, you said 1983?
Actually started in Cobb County and DeKalb. We were doing several counties at one time. So it's probably about the same year, 83. I was working in Cobb County as well, but we traveled around.
Okay. And so I want to direct your attention to 1990 or July of 1990. Were you still working with DeKalb County in that same position?
Yes.
And were you ever called upon to help assist in the autopsy of a John Sumter?
Yes, I was.
Now, when a deceased person is brought to you at the medical examiner's office, do you sort of label them so that way you know exactly who the patient is, any type of evidence that's collected, you know that it's for that person?
I don't quite understand the question, but
So is there a specific number or something that's associated with anything that is collected or that is involved in the
yes, like a case number.
Okay. And I'm going to first show you what has already been marked as, I believe, States Exhibits 107 through 113. If you can take a look at them and tell me if you recognize what those are. And I'm also going to present to you States Exhibit 106, and if you can recognize that, tell me what that is.
Yes.
And what is States Exhibit 106?
This is just a pictorial diagram that we use on all cases, and basically we just document what we see externally on the body.
Okay. And were you the one to actually document on these diagrams what was seen on John Sumter?
Yes,
Okay.
almost all this is my writing.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on that day?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender States Exhibit 106.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 106 is admitted without objection.
And as to the other exhibits that I've shown you, do you recognize what they are?
I do.
And what are they?
These are photographs of the body when they came in.
Okay. And is that the photographs that were taken during the autopsy of John Sumter?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, as it pertains to John Sumter, what is the case number that's associated with him?
That's 90D-0857.
And so any photographs that are taken, would they have that placard on there?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict as he was seen during the autopsy?
Yes.
State moves to tender States Exhibit 107 through 113.
No objection.
State's Exhibits numbers 107 through 113 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, looking at States Exhibit 107, can you describe to the jurors what we are looking at here?
This is actually just a identification photograph of John Sumter.
Okay, and when you say identification, is that of his face?
Yes.
Next, looking at States Exhibit 108, what are we looking at here?
And this is just a right lateral photograph of the body as we saw him when he came in.
How about States Exhibit 109?
And this would be the left side photographs of him just as he came in.
Okay. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 110?
It's a little dark there, but it's I believe it was one of the stab wounds.
Okay. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 111?
Stab wound.
And in this photograph, it appears to be that there's like a measuring device. What do you use that, or what did you use that for?
It's just a just showing, gives you basically the size of it. It kind of just gives you a perspective of the wound, how big it is in relation to the rest of the body.
Okay. How about States Exhibit 112? What are we looking at here? Sorry.
And that's another stab wound there. That's just showing how the measurement of it.
Okay. Exhibit 113. What are we looking at here?
And this is the knife that was recovered from the scene.
Now moving to the diagram that you said you helped document. Can you sort of describe to the jurors, in terms of the writing on here, it looks like there's some writing that's black and some writing that is red. Can you explain to the jurors the difference between anything that's written in black versus what was written in red?
Yeah, usually the black writing is usually just describing things that are not really something that, non-trauma type things on the body, basically. And like it shows the scars and all that. And that's not something that's life-threatening or anything, but we always put everything that we see, on everything that you just actually see when you're going over the body, looking it over. But the red is any injuries or wounds or things like that. That's what we just do that to separate it, so it makes it easier to see.
Okay. And so when you are actually looking at the actual body itself, you are then documenting on this diagram where you see each injury?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically on this diagram, sort of the top portion, can you tell us what you have written in red? If you can read it. And if you need the actual document itself to see, that's you.
Oh, blew it up in there, yeah. You talking like it's 25 centimeters by 0.3 centimeters?
Yeah, and what is written above that?
Sharp edge is the midline penetrating through the abdominal cavity.
Okay. And then it looks like, looking at this picture, to the left-hand side, you have something written in red. What is that?
And those are not actually my writing.
Okay, so would that be either you yourself or the medical examiner?
It would have been the medical examiner.
Okay. Is there anything else that would have been your handwriting that's in there?
No.
Okay, but everything that's in there, it would have been something that you would have saw and looked at during the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to now draw your attention to August 6th of 1990. Were you tasked with assisting the medical examiner on that day with an autopsy of a Pamela Sumter?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't think I've asked you before, for John Sumter's autopsy, who was the actual medical examiner that you were assisting at that point?
The chief.
And who was the chief at that time?
The one that was on the case with me, or this case, or the chief of the
The on this case.
Dr. Frist.
Okay.
Brian Frist.
Okay, and specifically with Pamela Sumter, were you also tasked with assisting the medical examiner?
I am actually, I think so. I remember the case.
All right, so I'm going to show you what has been already marked as State's Exhibits 114, as well as State's Exhibits 115 to 129, or 121, I apologize. If you can take a look at them and tell me if you recognize those.
is the pictorial external examination.
And is that a diagram that would have been done contemporaneously with the autopsy to explain what injuries that you would have seen?
Yes.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what was seen during the autopsy of Pamela Sumter?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 114.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 114 is admitted without objection.
Now, as to the other exhibits that end at 121, what were those? These right here.
And these are just the photographs as she was brought into us at the ME's office.
Okay. And looking at both 114 as well as 115 through 121, what was the case assigned for Pamela Sumter on that day?
90D0945.
And do those photographs accurately depict Pamela Sumter when she came to get her autopsy done?
Yes.
Around this time, the state moves to enter State's Exhibits 115 through 121.
No objection.
Okay. So, State's Exhibits numbers 115 through 121 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
And I'm not going to publish State's Exhibit 114, the diagrams, but the diagrams, were they done similarly to what we just saw on John Sumter, where the black writing was stuff that would have happened previously, and the red writing is what injuries were notated during the autopsy?
Yes.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 115?
And this is just, well, it's an ID photograph number one, but it is showing a incised wound on her neck there.
And would that have been because of medical intervention?
It could have been where a endotracheal tube was.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 116?
This is just an overall photograph of her and with EKG pads on her, and showing the surgical scars, and that's it.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 117?
And this is just the where it's been sutured up, and I think it may have gone from the wound there. It's hard to tell.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 118?
Honestly, it's too dark. I think it's a little too dark to tell in that picture.
Okay, and so if you're looking at the actual photograph as opposed to technology that we have, can you describe sort of what we're looking at in that photograph?
There, yeah, that looks like an incision that was sutured.
Okay. And what part of her body would that have been on?
That would have been her left lateral, upper lateral
Okay, and would that have
chest.
Would that have been just under her breast?
Yes.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 119? And if you need to see the actual photograph itself.
This is just showing her lower extremities, that there's really not, it looks like there may be abrasion up on her upper left femur there.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 120, what are we looking at here?
It's where it was sutured up from the hospital.
Okay, and is that essentially a closer up version of what State's Exhibit 119 of her injury?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how about State's Exhibit 121?
Yeah, looks like a cut mark on her thumb there, maybe on her palm, but it's hard to tell.
And you thumb as well?
It looks like it is.
That's all the questions I have for you, sir.
Mr. Oley, in both matters, you were working with Dr. Frisk,
Yes, sir.
and Dr. Frisk, he was the medical examiner who was assigned to both these cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were his, I guess, technician or assistant at the time.
Yes.
Primarily your duties were to help document and assist him during his process.
Yes.
Looking there at the exhibit before you, we have her finger, and it looks like there may be an injury to her finger, correct?
A what finger?
Injury to her finger.
Yes.
Now, as with the fingers, did you guys do any scrapings up under the fingers?
We probably would not scrape the fingers anyway. I don't know any. The only other thing we might do in a case would take their fingernails.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I don't know.
Likewise, with John Sumter, do you have any knowledge or information whether that was done in his case?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the board and see, but it was usually pretty common for us to, on a case like this, to take people's fingernails.
Because in this case, it was reported to you that both died in a violent confrontation with at least one other party.
Correct.
And as we see in the documentation, there are multiple injuries to both of them, which appear to be sharp force injuries.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Frisk, do you know where he is today at this time?
I do not.
Thank you.
I just have briefly, Director. You indicated that you don't have a memory necessarily of whether or not scrapings or fingernails were cut in either of these victims. Would the report that was written help refresh your recollection of that?
Yes.
I'm going to now show you what has been previously marked as 123. If you can just read it to yourself, and after reading it, if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not fingernails were cut in this case. Does that help refresh your recollection of whether or not that was done in John Sumter's case?
I mean, I don't see where we actually took the fingernails. and stuff.
And generally speaking, if you had done so, would that have been documented?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been already marked as State's Exhibit 124 previously. record of Ms. Pamela Sumter and tell me if that can refresh your recollection as to whether or not that was done in her case. And does that refresh your recollection?
Well, I still didn't really, yeah, I mean, as far as like fingernails,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I don't see where we took them there.
Okay. Now, Ms. Sumter, Pamela Sumter, she actually came to you all from the hospital, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Based on your memory and the report, she had been in the hospital for several weeks before she came to you.
That's correct, and that's one reason we wouldn't take them anyway.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next witness is Dr. Henninger.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would step into the jury room, there's a matter we need to take up outside of your presence.
State and spell your name for the court.
My name is My name is Dr. Michael Henninger, and that's spelled Michael and then Heninger.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henninger.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury where you're employed.
I am currently employed at the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been with the DeKalb County Medical Examiners?
I started in basically January of 2023.
And where were you working before that?
I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office before that.
How long did you work at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's
I
Office?
started there in 1995 for about 27 and a half years.
And what was your role at Fulton and at DeKalb?
They're both similar. I'm basically a associate medical examiner, forensic pathologist.
And what does a medical examiner, forensic pathologist do?
In short, it's death investigation is what we do, and we investigate suspicious deaths. There's a large number of deaths that occur in a county, a large county, and most of them are dealt with as far as determining why the person died. Most of them are dealt with by treating physicians. There's a few that the state feels like is important to look further into, and they tend to be cases where there's violence involved, or drug overdoses, traffic, suicides, and also homicides. So those cases are the cases that our office investigates.
And do you have any specialized education or training that allows you to perform your role as a medical examiner?
Yes, I do. I started out at Utah State University, and I received a Bachelor of Science degree. Then I went to the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, and I received an MD degree. That was in medical school. Then I went into the military, and I did an internship in internal medicine at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. After that, I practiced primary care medicine for a few years in the same place. And then I returned to the University of Utah, and I did a 4-year residency in pathology, and I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology up in Minnesota at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And when I completed the fellowship, I moved to Atlanta and started working at Fulton County.
And are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
And how many autopsies have you performed as a medical examiner?
I kind of lost count. I most of the time at Fulton County, we were doing some training, and so I didn't do like as many as a lot of people with as many years of experience, but I did about 250 autopsies a year, and coming up on 30 years, so it probably adds up to over 7,000.
Have you ever testified to the results of your findings in court before?
Yes.
And did you testify as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Dozens of times every year. I don't know.
That's every year for 30 years.
For 30 years.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Dr. Henninger as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection.
Okay. Dr. Henninger is qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
And Dr. Henninger, tell the jury how you generally go about performing an autopsy.
Okay, there's 2 parts to an autopsy. There's an external examination and there's an internal examination. The external examination, we begin by looking at the clothing. We also look at medical intervention because it can be confused with injuries. And then we look at the external surface of the body, and we're looking for injuries, we're looking for disease processes. The internal examination, we open the body up with some standard incisions, and we look at the organs, and then we remove them and dissect them in there's basically standard ways to do these things. And we're, again, looking for the injuries and diseases and trying to correlate the two together. Those are the two main parts of the autopsy itself. There's also ancillary things that can happen. Sometimes we'll take little pieces of tissue and look at them under the microscope. Sometimes we'll collect blood or serum or urine for testing for other substances. We can collect other samples that might be tested for things like DNA or trace evidence like hair. There's a variety of these, and so those are kind of the ancillary things. X-rays is also on that. And then all of this is documented with pictures, so that's, and also with a written report.
And what is the goal of the autopsy? Are you trying to determine the cause of the death?
There are really 2 or 3 goals. The big kind of the overriding goal is, what is the cause of death and the manner of death. We're also looking for any evidence that might be helpful. And then there's also public health issues where that people keep track of how many suicides and homicides, drug overdoses. They're trying to drive a lot of legislation and spending to try and solve some of the problems in our community. And then the other big thing that we do, especially at Emory and at DeKalb, is it's educational. So we always have people, at least most of my career, we've had people kind of that were teaching in various capacities.
In the course of your career, have you ever been asked to evaluate a case where you did not yourself perform the autopsy, but then review all of the photographs and diagrams and medical records and come to your own conclusions?
Yes.
Is that normal?
That's extremely normal. In Fulton County, we had somebody retire, our chief, and other people left, and at one point I was probably testifying for other people maybe 2 or 3 times as many as I did for myself. So I testified a lot for other people.
And what are some of the reasons that you have to stand in and testify for other medical examiners who actually performed autopsies?
If the previous medical examiners has died, if they've retired and moved out of state, if they are basically if they're not available, if they're on vacation, or if they're sick. Sometimes they maybe decide to get, maybe they lose their license. There's all kinds of reasons that I would have to, I have and other people have come in to testify.
And how do you go about doing that sort of analysis? If you didn't perform the actual autopsy, how are you able to come to your own independent conclusion?
There's the photographs is the big issue. We can look at pictures, and then we can look at whatever medical records were generated.
Were you asked to do that in this case? That is, evaluate the evidence from the death investigation and come to your own independent conclusion?
Of Pamela Sumter, yes.
And to be clear, did you actually perform either original autopsy?
No, they were performed in 1990, about the time I was getting out of the military and before I started my training in pathology.
And we'll start with John. Did you have all the photographs of John's autopsy available for your review?
I had I don't know, it's kind of like, I'm not sure exactly how to answer this. I had a bunch of photographs that were sequentially numbered that were, there were no missing numbers of them.
I'm going to show you what was previously admitted as exhibits 107 through 113. You indicated you had a bunch of photographs. Is that
Yes.
correct? So did you have more photographs than are available there?
Yes, I think between the two I had about 70 or 80.
And then did you also have the diagrams for John Sumter?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what was previously admitted, exhibit 106.
Okay.
Is that the diagram you had available?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to see from the medical record any lab requests and things of that nature?
Yes.
And based on all the photographs and the diagram and your own training and expertise, were you able to formulate your own opinion as to cause of death in John Sumter's case?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
My opinion is he died from stab wounds of his abdomen.
And for Pamela Sumter, did you also have photographs for Pamela Sumter?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as exhibits 115 through 121. Is that the entirety of the photographs that you had available?
I've had quite a few more than these, but these are some of the ones that I have.
And were the amount of photographs you had available similar to the amount you had for John?
Close. I think there were a few more for her, but pretty much a similar number.
And for Pamela Sumter, did you also have diagrams for injuries?
Yes, I did.
To show you what was previously admitted as exhibit 114. Are those the diagrams that you reviewed?
Yes.
And for Pamela, unlike John, did you also have medical records from the hospital where she was treated?
Yes.
Show you exhibits 101, 102. Are these the medical records for Pamela Sumter that you reviewed?
Yes.
And based on your review of Ms. Sumter's records, photographs, and diagrams, were you able to come to an opinion as to cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
Her cause of death was complications of stab wounds of her abdomen.
And after you reviewed the documents and came to your own conclusions, did you prepare some demonstratives that would be helpful for the jury?
Yes.
Show you exhibit 122. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I made these.
And would they assist in your testimony?
Yes, and I'm not very good with computers, but these look better than my usual.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders 122 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, state's exhibit number 122 is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
We'll start with the first page of exhibit 122. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is a diagram. It's not a photograph. It's just a diagram. It's not his body. It's just an image of a male body, and it's I created these little symbols that are these were stab wounds, and they're little red triangles, and they're this is a front view. So his face would be up above the screen, and these two little arrows or triangles are the location of two stab wounds on his front of his abdomen. And the one is right in his umbilicus or his navel.
I'm going to go to what's been previously admitted as exhibit 109. Do you see these injuries in this exhibit?
Yes, you can see this is a picture of him he's laying on the table. His hands are in these paper bags, which is common. And he's see right where his navel, his umbilicus is, there's a couple of loops of bowel sticking out of a stab wound right there. And then if you look,
is that the area
Yes.
you're referring to that I'm circling now?
yes, and then if you go 2 or 3 inches towards his left, and kind of in a line directly below his left nipple, there's another stab wound that looks similar to the first one, except there's nothing sticking out. But the 2 stab wounds, once the bowel isn't there, look similar to each other.
And did you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
These are, there's sharp force, blunt force, and penetrating injuries. And these are sharp. These are from a sharp instrument. They're not very wide, and they're really a lot deeper than they're wide. So those are stab wounds in contrast to cuts.
And how can you rule out, for example, a gunshot?
Basically, by the appearance of them, they usually gunshot wounds are round or stellate, or they have more symmetrical features. They often have abrasions. They have tears. These are sharp, where the margins are very clean. So that's how you can tell apart.
And was it significant to your opinion that a knife was actually recovered near the victim at the scene?
Yes, and there were pictures of that and with the other pictures.
Is it significant to you that John Sumter was actually found deceased at the scene?
Yes.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that he was injured in a way that he died fairly quickly, like as in, I don't know, like minutes or, not hours. But however, that's part of the whole scenario, which I don't have, that's all the investigative stuff, but he bled internally enough that he died before they were able to get him somewhere to take care of this.
And I'm showing you page 2 of your report. What are we looking at here?
Okay, these are diagrams or cartoons, if you will. I got these off the internet. I picked the simplest ones I could for this purpose. The first one is just what it looks like inside your abdomen. If you just take the skin, open it up, and that's, you can see up at the top of the picture, there's ribs, and there's just little organs peeking down that are just little triangles. They're lungs. The heart, there's a liver right in the middle at the top. Heart's above that. There's these loops of bowel and stomach and that are down there. The second picture is kind of deep, as if you took all these organs out and left just those. And there's a kidney and some blood vessels there. And then I use these to describe the likely injuries that would occur from stab wounds to the abdomen. And also these were what was in the medical record. And he basically, there's the bowel, that was the main organ that was injured, and there's something else it's kind of hard to depict, but there's something called the mesentery of the bowel, and that was injured. That's where the blood vessels are. And to kind of explain that, if you could imagine a tarp, like a blue tarp, let's say, 5 by 3 by 5 feet, okay, sitting on the grass of your lawn, and you put a garden hose through it like this, okay, and then you took the tarp and folded it, kind of tied a rope through the grommets, and you gathered it up. The tarp would be the mesentery, and the hose would be the bowel itself. So this would depict basically the bowel. That mesentery is really thin, sometimes almost transparent, and it has a function where it has the blood vessels in it, also has immune cells in there to fight infection. And so this, when you stab a person in the bowel, if you hit this mesentery, it will bleed. Okay, you don't have to get all the way back to these big vessels, which they didn't describe that they were affected, but so that's the expected consequences. Is you would either, I've seen that, and that's also why the bowel gets out through that whole stab wound. If you just do an autopsy on somebody and you cut them open, the bowel doesn't pop out. It's because it's still tethered by the mesentery. But these stab wounds would have cut the mesentery in a way, and then if there's gravity, if he's laying down or just he's being moved, then that would cause the bowel to come out. So basically, these blood vessels, they can bleed enough for a person to bleed to death.
Then I want to draw your attention to page 3 of your report. Are we looking at a diagram for Pamela Sumter now?
Yes, and these are two silhouettes. Both of them are kind of facing forward, and I have them in these unusual or non-standard positions because they show the injuries a little bit better. Okay?
Now, Pamela Sumter survived the initial attack and was actually treated at the hospital for several weeks. Can you explain to the jury how her case is different from John Sumter, who died at the scene and was immediately transported to the medical exam?
Even though she has more stab wounds, they didn't injure her as much, so she didn't bleed to death as fast. And so she was able to make it to the hospital where they treated her. And then there were complications. I mean, there's other ways that you die from stab wounds besides just bleeding. There's, if you know, a few days later you can get other things, blood clots, can form infections, pulmonary problems. And so she had a different medical course because she had different injuries.
And can you also tell the jury about how the length of time in the hospital could affect the appearance of wounds or injuries?
Yes, they make them, basically, I think this is pretty obvious if you think about it, because you've all been cut. I'm sure just about everybody on the jury's been cut or, had some injury, and the day after it looks pretty similar, but as the days go by, it heals. And so the features of the injuries become increasingly difficult to differentiate. So by weeks later, they look starting to heal, and they look pretty similar to different kinds of injuries will start to resemble each other.
So were Pamela Sumter's medical records helpful in making your conclusions in this case?
Extremely helpful.
And did they document the injuries that were noted by the surgeons?
Yes.
And did they document the operations that she underwent?
Yes.
And what did they say?
Okay, I separated this out. And the red things were her injuries that she incurred, before she went to the hospital. The green things are the things the surgeons did, and it's kind of the way surgeons, they know how to get inside your body and do the least amount of damage. The biggest injury is this thing in the middle, and it's the surgical incision that goes from here all the way down. But they know exactly where to go where they won't do very much damage. There's that. In order to get her, at some point she stopped, breathing collapsed, and they had to cut a hole in her neck and put a tube in there. And then they also put a chest tube on her right chest because of suspicion of that injury nearby, maybe causing bleeding. So those three things are surgeons. Now, if you think about this, they're using a sharp knife. It's a sharp force injury. And if you just don't know any previous history, they look the same as if someone was cut with a sharp knife. And so that's really important for me to be able to sort these out. And then they sewed them up, and they also sewed these other wounds up. So I had to look at the medical records to sort this out.
What were the injuries that Pamela Sumter presented with at the hospital before any medical intervention?
Okay, there were 3 stab wounds on her torso, and I hope this picture isn't confusing because I've depicted the one that I numbered as number 2. I put it on there twice because it's in the middle. But there was one on the right side of her chest, up under her breast, near here. There was one in the kind of the middle, which I call number 2, and then the third one was over on the left side, kind of under her breast over there. So those were the 3 injuries that were in her torso that went into her body, and they were described by the surgeons as going steeply downward, and they didn't cause any problems with her lungs or her heart. The stab wounds didn't. And in fact, they went to her abdomen above the diaphragm, but they did cause similar injuries, with her bowel, which but not as severe, but injuries to the bowel, which the surgeons were able to repair. And so those were those injuries. There were some other ones that were less severe. There's 2 on her legs that are kind of tandem, and there's this can happen if you with just one cut. If you do this to your skin like this and cut across that, down in the crevice, down the deep part may not cut, so you might end up with 2 cuts instead of just one. I think
Did
that.
you prepare a diagram or some?
Oh yeah, I did for that.
I'm going to show you page 5 of your report.
This is out of a lecture that I give a few times during when I was teaching over at home. They're called knife skip incisions. And basically, if you take the knife and draw it across any place that there's lumps in the skin, you can get these skip lesions. And I think that's what the 2 on her leg are. And they were sutured. They didn't go very deep and didn't cause too much problem. And then there was at least 2 that I can see on pictures, and the medical records describe multiple. The 2 that they sewed up, that were big enough to sew up, that was on her right hand. And they were, I can't figure out how to make those crooked, but they were not straight like that. And one of them came down her thumb like this, and the other one came down like this. And then I couldn't see on the pictures, I mean, there's 3 weeks they didn't heal if they were minor enough, but there were other minor cuts described that weren't sutured, so they would be less severe.
And so did Pamela present at the hospital with more than just these 2 deeper wounds which required suturing, but by the time she was photographed at autopsy, they may have healed?
Yes, and that's just on the hand. And then,
and what is different about the cause of death for Pamela versus John? You indicated that she didn't necessarily die from loss of blood, but it was still the result of the stabbing.
yes, when they took her, she was, what I could read from the investigative reports, I think she was able to talk, and I'm not sure, that's just what I read, but she went to the hospital, to the operating room, and I think, from what I can read from the charts, I think they were optimistic about her, and they took her to the operating room, but then they noticed that her oxygen level dropped precipitously, and they ended up intubating her, and they never got ahead of that. It was a battle they fought to try and keep her breathing, and they had to, and they basically turned, and then there's a respirator, it's a machine that puts air into her. They had to give her a lot of oxygen, they had to put a lot of pressure on it, and then they fought this battle for a couple, 3 weeks, eventually, you know, she succumbed to it. So there was other things going on with her, that were also partly, I think, you know, there were, I guess if she lost enough blood, she might start to get some, you know, damage from that could lead to, you know, all kinds of problems.
But ultimately, was her deterioration and ultimate death a result of the savageries?
Yeah, well, complications with, you know, from them.
Now, previously, one of the witnesses that actually took a statement from Miss Sumter testified that she observed hemorrhaging of the eyes. Would that be significant?
Yes.
And did you also see in the reports that Miss Sumter reported that she had been choked or smothered?
Yes.
So tell the jury why that observation would be significant in light of that report.
Okay, so the reason, choking and smothering is very difficult because it often doesn't leave marks, like when you stab someone, there's a stab wound. When you do these smothering, choking, these sorts of things, sometimes they leave bruises, sometimes they don't, and they can heal, pretty quickly. And they're not, the ones that are the most diagnostic are the ones inside of your neck, which you're not gonna see those as long as she's alive. Nobody's, you know, dissecting her neck to see if she's been choked. But choking is, instead of dying from not enough blood, you're dying from not enough air. And so, so when that happens, and then there's several things that can happen. Also, you can get some kind of the blood is cut off that's coming out of your neck and your head because of this lower pressure. But the carotid arteries are, you know, there's still pressure there, so blood can get into your head and not out during choking, and it'll rupture out and make these little red spots. And we have a little name for them called petechiae, which probably just little red spots is really what they are. And they are, you can see them the best in the whites of people's eyes, and then on the, called the conjunctiva, the under the eyelids. And those, when you see those, they're non-specific. They can occur in any kind of asphyxial death, like drowning, drug overdoses. But if you see, you know, young woman, violence, petechiae, you think choking. You should think strangulation, choking. You should look really hard on the neck. And so that, I think, is, I think those spots can at least support the idea that she was choked. And then the other thing which the clinicians think of this different than we do, because they think of aspiration, because that's where the bacteria come from. We think of this as a little bit different, but when somebody's choked and they don't get enough oxygen to the point where they pass out, because they're getting their oxygen low, it will damage cells all over the body. And some of the sensitive ones are in the blood vessels, and the lung have these little bubbles, you know, they're called alveoli. And those linings of the lungs, okay, they can be damaged from low oxygen, from choking. And then people can wake up and they think they're doing okay, but they're like a sprained ankle. They start to swell and they get fluid, and then that can compromise breathing. And of course, if it goes away, the treating doctors don't worry about it. But if it gets infected, that's when they get worried about it, because then that doesn't go away very easily. So that's why they think of it as aspiration, which is bacteria getting down to the lungs and then growing and becoming pneumonia. And so she had pneumonia at one point, and then and they also, there's some other clinical things called, there's one called ARDS, called adult respiratory distress syndrome, which is basically any time that your lungs get damaged and swell up. It's this picture. And then there's another problem, is that when you're putting a lot of pressure into her lungs with the respirator and pushing oxygen into her lungs under high pressure, that can help in the short term, but if it goes on, it can actually be toxic too. So you get into kind of a vicious cycle that you can't get out of. So I think the choking, is part of the picture of it, but, you know, there's no pictures of it. It's kind of hard to tack it down. But on the stab wounds are contributing to it, because both of them are preventing oxygen from getting to the cells. And the blood's carrying the oxygen, and the lungs are loading the oxygen onto the blood cells to carry it. So I think this is kind of a complicated assessment of what I think happened to the, you know, why she died, the way she, you know, the 2 or 3 weeks, you know, the Rocky Hospital course, and then you know, ultimately she died.
So Dr. Henninger, would the observations you were able to make based on the medical records and taken with the witness's observation support Ms. Sumter's contention that she had been choked and smothered?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you, Dr. Henninger.
Good evening, Dr. Henninger.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and you?
Me too, thanks.
So, Dr. Henninger, you were telling us that you reviewed a bunch of items in preparation for testifying.
Yes.
And it looks like you produced an inventory of items that you reviewed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it looks like, as it pertains to John Sumter, you reviewed the cause of death page, an investigative report, autopsy report, notes regarding clothing, body diagrams, and a check-in/out document.
Yes.
That sound about right?
That's, yeah, I think I wrote those all down.
And then you also reviewed, looks like about 84 photos regarding both persons.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about John Sumter. So John Sumter looks, as you stated, he was found on the scene where he was likely injured.
I didn't hear the last word. Sorry.
He was found on the scene where he was likely injured.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears though the stab wounds which he received were ultimately fatal.
Yes.
And caused a great loss of blood.
Yes.
Now, just let's get a bigger picture. So John Sumter, we understand he was 46 at the time of his demise?
That's what I mean, I have no way to know that, but that's what that was said, that's what's on the reports and everything.
Okay, if I can approach?
Yeah.
So I assume you reviewed that document?
Yes.
Okay. So that was with the information from the medical examiner?
Yes.
And at the time of his death, how old was Mr. Sumter?
It says 46, black, or white, excuse me. I need to correct myself. 46 male, black, height and size is height and weight.
Okay, what is his height and weight this week?
His height and weight is 65 inches and 130 pounds. 65 and a half inches, 130 pounds.
So that's 5'6" and a half.
Yes.
And about 130 pounds.
Yes.
And this is basically information from the autopsy report which Dr. Frisk performed.
It's got Brian Frisk's name down here.
And it looks like the autopsy was performed the day of his actual death.
It's, the date that's on this is 7/15/900. And it said his death was at 8:30 in the morning. So that would make sense if they would take him to the office and try and get him, you know, it says 9 o'clock when they started the autopsy.
And your findings are pretty much consistent with Dr. Frisk. The stab wounds, loss of blood, led to his death.
Yes.
Now, in your, I guess your diagram states in number 122. When we look back, we see that you have like these two arrows.
Yes.
Showing where the injuries are.
Yes.
Now, those two arrows showing the direction of the injuries, or just showing where the injuries are?
Just location.
Okay, just location.
Yes.
And also in your, as you call it, a cartoon, basically we see that one of the injuries occurred right there above the intestines.
It occurred through the navel, and then intestines extruded out from it.
Basically the intestines took advantage of that little hole and made their way out.
Yes, especially since they were cut loose from their tethering of the mesentery.
Now, so as it pertains to John Sumter, his injuries, they're relatively obvious, correct?
Yes,
You didn't have to see the autopsy, perform the autopsy to recognize that these look like knife wounds.
yes.
Now, with his injuries, can you tell what type of interaction Mr. Sumter was having with the person that caused those injuries?
No, they could have occurred real fast. It could have been separated by minutes. It could have done a lot of things in between. There's no way that the autopsy is a snapshot, really two snapshots for him. There were 2 moments when he was stabbed in the abdomen. I don't know the rest of the film.
So can you tell whether he was standing or lying down at the time when he received those injuries?
No, I can't tell that from an autopsy.
Can you tell where the perpetrator may have been during the time in which they inflicted those injuries?
Actually, that's a good question, because logically, you think it'd be in front of him, and that's probably true, but you can come from behind, from around, for wrestling. I mean, it could be, there's all kinds of things that I can't tell where he's at. Probably in front of him, but I mean, beyond that.
Now, we were looking through the photos there, and I saw that he came in with his hands bagged. Why is that done?
Okay, hands are very important because they can have what's called trace evidence, or evidence, like if there's a stab wound particularly, you have to get up close, in contrast to gunshot wounds. And so they might be fighting, or, whatever, and there can be transfer of like hair or scratching little pieces of skin under their hands. There could be other items that can be on the hands, and they can get lost pretty easily during the transport process because the hands can move around while they're being transported. So and this is just standard practice. They did this in Minnesota and over at Fulton. They do it here. They put bags on the hands, and just to say that, make sure that evidence is there to be found if they can find it.
So the bagging of his hands is not in order to determine the cause of death, but to possibly determine who caused the death.
It's I guess it's to create or preserve evidence that might answer any number of questions, including that one.
Now, I want to ask you, you had an opportunity to review the medical records and the autopsy report. Now, in Mr. Sumter's case, it appears that they did oral and rectal swabs.
Yes.
Why are those done when the cause of death is obviously these injuries?
Okay, so they are done because basically, I mean, this is maybe a bias, but for me, almost every homicide that I did on a woman, I'm interested in what sexual things are going on, because they often are the motive. So I have a very low threshold. And then if it's gunshot across the room, I might not do that. But then if there's any other information, that you might wonder about, if there, that's part of it. It becomes part of the, this happened and this and this and that. And so, we do these swabs. Now back in 1990, they were basically just look at them, and they didn't have the same tools they do now. But they're part of something that I would do, and it's better to do it and have your boss say you need to collect too many of these than to wish you had. So I would have done it too. Okay.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Especially in a case where you're talking about a close quarters encounter and you don't know how it may have began.
Yes.
Now, getting back to those hands for a second, it looks like there's documentation that hair was found in the hands of Mr. Sumter.
I think that was which I didn't see pictures of. I know that was something that somebody, or at least said there was.
Now, in those type of situations, what is the medical examiner's role in that type of examination?
Collect it, and then I don't know what they were doing in 1990, but I was trained to photograph them, and send it to the crime lab and make sure you label them so that they don't get mixed up with anything else. But that's pretty much our role.
I guess maybe determine whose hair or follicles maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how to do that. That gets into criminal things, and they can look at them under a microscope, and sometimes they can tell whether the hair's, how curly it is, and different races' hairs look slightly different, except for a lot of people are mixed, so they don't fit it. But and then there's, there's they can look at hair from here and hair from there, say they're consistent. So I think it's into a trace evidence question, which is outside of what I do.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, did you notice that apparently they found some copper wire in his scalp?
Yeah, I remember reading something about that.
Any thoughts about that?
Well, I don't know the specifics of it, but there could be part of the story where maybe some witness saw a piece of copper or something. You never know how it's gonna come together, especially the day of the autopsy. So if you see anything unusual, we collect it and send it to the crime lab.
Now, turn your attention towards Ms. Sumter. Ms. Sumter, you had more information than you did with John.
Well, I had different information. I had the medical records, but the autopsy was three weeks later, so it doesn't have as much information because of the healing.
And you mentioned the healing processes. Now, you were telling us that Ms. Hodder asked regarding whether there are signs consistent with allegations of choking.
Yes.
Now, in the documentation you reviewed, what did you see in regards to choking?
Okay, the documentations, there was the history of people who's, subjective history of that. And then there were these report also, I think, from medical records that there were these petechiae, these little red spots in her eyes. And then I think from there it's kind of, her rapid respiratory deterioration kind of is kind of supportive. It's not, there's a lot of reasons why your respiration or your lung function can go downhill after you get injured, but that's kind of sort of an association thing.
Now, with her in particular, again, as you documented, I believe, 3 injuries to her chest and abdomen.
Yes.
Obviously, she had the injuries to her hands, injuries to her leg, but the primary injuries which led to her demise were the ones to her torso.
Yes.
Now, any idea as to, similar with John, can we make any determination as to what order she received those injuries, or where, or how she received them?
No, it's pretty much the same story. With 2 stab wounds or 3. It's the same difference. I can't tell anything about the order that they occurred, or what position, things like that.
Okay. Because with her, you saw that there's allegations that she was sexually assaulted.
Yes.
Now, so can you make any determination whether or not the injuries occur before the assault, after the assault, in the course of the assault?
No, especially since she survived the stab wounds for many days, it would be impossible to tell. If they happen on the same day, they look exactly the same.
So, I guess whether one occurred before or after the other is kind of difficult to tell.
Yes.
Impossible to tell.
Pretty. Just looking at her.
And I believe you already said it. Direction-wise, each particular injury you can't, because you mentioned that they were, I think you said the direction was down.
Well, the thing, those stab wounds on her chest are high, like they're up this high, and the diaphragm is here, and they didn't get into the chest, so they had to be going down, and they got into the abdomen. If they'd been straight in, they would have hit the lungs, or you could get them if they're going up, you could end up in the neck even, but they're kind of going down the pathways, and so they, and I think the one over here that was on her right side, they put a chest tube in which this is clinical, but they put chest tubes in when they're worried about injuries up there. So I think at least in the emergency room or wherever they put this chest tube in, someone's thinking about, it could have gone in, into her lung, but it ends up not going into her lung.
However, it didn't go into her lung, but she ended up later having damage to her lungs, correct?
Well, yes, her lungs got really heavy. At the autopsy, they were 3 or 4 times normal, and they had pneumonia in them, so that's a clinical diagnosis. But so they were, I guess, it was kind of like disease damage versus injury damage, which the clinicians don't differentiate that. So they're, I guess, compromised would be a good word.
And so, just to make sure I'm on the same page with you. Sounds like what you're telling us is it does appear as though she had knife injuries to her lungs, but sounds like she had, I guess, more physical injuries to her lungs during the course of her trying to recover.
Yes, she did that. She did not have stab or sharp force injuries to her lungs. She had basically things that you would think of as diseases, but they can also can start from things like blood loss or choking or air, asphyxia. Those sorts of things can set into motion a chain of events that are treated like diseases. Basically, they're like things like pneumonia, lack of, not enough oxygen, things like that.
So your findings, I guess, are they consistent with Dr. Frisk, who found looks like sequelae of stab wound to abdomen, delayed effect?
I think that's kind of consistent.
So what does that mean?
What that means is, I guess you're asking me to read his mind, but I think it means that she died as a result of the stab wounds.
And let me, I guess, complete the loop here. With Ms. Sumter, how old was she, do you recall?
I think she was 3 years younger.
By an approach?
Older. I think she, yeah.
As Ms. Sumter, how old was she at the time of her death?
She was 43.
And again, she was African American, correct?
Yes.
Female?
Yes.
And what about her height and weight?
She was 68 inches or 5'8" and 160 pounds.
Okay. So actually, looks like she was a little bit bigger than her brother.
Yeah, a couple, 3 inches.
Any further, Judge?